So yeah, these orphaned elements are a bit annoying. Could it be a database issue, not a React issue? No, because we're getting this showing 10 right here. And that is these 10 items. And as another example, we printed out the length of the list with the transaction ID, but these orphaned table rows didn't get that update. So there's something really weird going on there. So now I'm going through to make sure that we can do an actual like production build, and I want to see if we can recreate those issues. Footer there looks good. And yeah, I hate this barrel file. We're going to get rid of that. Oh, hold on. They're going to complain about that. Oh man, bunch of stuff here now. We're actually going to end up using that on this page. We're just not doing it yet. Ooh, hold on. Got a work message. Ooh. Sorry, let me just reply in here. Okay, sorry. Coworker, or not coworker, but ambassador with some good feedback, I think. Let me get rid of these. We'll end up needing that eventually, but we don't need it right now. Don't need the calculator right now. Quota adjustments. Yep. That one looking good. Quota edit looking good. Quotas. We can get rid of that. And we'll get rid of human format because we're doing that elsewhere. And yeah, this was needed to go through and clean things up anyway, so I think worthwhile. And yeah, was anyone watching Alt F4 stream earlier? Anyone know oh, yeah, that's actually wrong there. Yeah, anyone know why Glasses shouted me out? Just curious about the context. Maybe he's using shaders for Ghosty or something. Oop, wrong button. Oh, transaction service just goes away. User service looks fine. You weren't? Yeah, no worries. I was just curious. Yeah, he gave us a shout out like, what was it? Like 5 hours ago. So I'm just, yeah, curious on the context. Oh, victory theme. We're not using victory anymore, so we can get rid of that. Okay, so that should resolve most, if not all, of the issues. Okay, so not all of them yet. We've got 4 errors left, and they all happen to be in our TS config. Aha. So wait, in a TS config, are you not allowed to use globs? All right, so now it's complaining about file not found in files list. Dot slash source slash star star. Doesn't want to resolve. Oh, and now we got an error here. Oh, yeah. We don't need those extensions. Yeah, that was left over from some old code. Okay. So shared card.d.ts. I see. Okay, so property env doesn't exist on import meta. What is the fix for that? Fresh cut? Yeah, I did. Yep. Yeah, we got a good crowd here. I'll show you. Free beanie list. Look at how bald he's getting. Like he's getting really thin back here, which I'm okay with. Like I don't mind. But yeah, I don't know. I still like the beanie. Yep. Yeah, I cut my hair like once a year. Natural air conditioning. There you go. Yeah. I mean, this is a supercomputer, right? This is just the heatsink. All you people with a full head of hair obviously aren't using your PC to the fullest. I don't have a env.ts file. Oh, and they're saying it goes in source? Same issue. Hmm. Interesting. So that doesn't seem like the fix. Hmm. I need the Veet client part too, because import meta here is doing exactly what we needed, right? Like when I did the import meta, it worked, right? Like it complains about this because it's already on that definition that we're importing right there, right? Like the reference types. And yeah, basically it's complaining that we're defining it as record string instead of import meta, but it does imply that import meta is being imported that way. So yeah, maybe what you're getting at is I need the client part. Eh. Hmm. So we're doing TSC-B. And this is the TSC part, which I find interesting. We probably don't need that in there. That was the wrong file for that part. One second. Let me get more music going. So this is less about the IntelliSense, though, and this is more about... Yeah, see, like, we don't care about this because it's not complaining about that part, right? Like, the ENV part, it's getting from here. So that part's fine. Like, we don't need to augment it with this type safety of, like, what the app title might be or what the ENV vars are. Not yet, at least, because it's not what it's complaining about. It's saying the ENV doesn't exist, not even this part. Oh, they are saying it needs to be in the source directory, though. Interesting. Okay. No, that's fine. Just letting you know. Yeah, so without quotes, we're not getting what we're actually looking for. Now, hold on. I'm wondering if my version of TypeScript is out of date. All right, so hold on. Let me just send a message to work real quick. All right. Okay, so we installed that. I expect we're still going to fail, but maybe not. Okay, it's a different one. Oh, JSON does not support comments. Yeah, okay. I don't like that. I don't like that they broke that. Right, they used to. All right, so TSC works now. Okay, sorry, just quick work thing. You know, that's why they pay me. Doing my job. So we're able to build We're not doing per route bundling. Yeah, hold on. React Vite React router per route bundling. Have I ever set up a monorepo? Yeah. Yeah, this is a monorepo right now. Depends on the scope of the monorepo, right? Like I've done one with Bazel before. Right now, this project is just using Turbo Repo and PNPM, mainly PNPM. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's right. Because, yeah, I do think that is a benefit to the user, right? Like if you get per route bundling, you don't need server side rendering nearly as much. Now, hold on, let me do this. Okay, sorry, I was listening. What the hell's going on outside my window? Okay, I do not want those JS files. So yeah, the TSC, um, we want no emit, and we also want no. Uh, yeah, so no emit should have been solving that. One second. Would I configure ESLint in the workspace and extend them within your packages? You've set one up and it feels like there could be a quality of life improvement, but not sure what's best. Yeah, like, let me double check. Did they do that by default? So yeah, right, ESLint config acme. Right, so if you actually scaffold a project with turbo repo, right, just do it into like some throwaway folder. And yeah, just like scaffold a new project, right? So npx create turbo. You can see kind of like how they approach that pattern. So that might be the right way to do that. I don't know, like give it a shot, see what you think. Well, I mean, I'm not saying like you need to switch or anything, right? I definitely think PNPM workspaces are a better experience anyway, though. But Turbo Repo isn't like the full like monorepo part. It's just that their initial like boilerplate has what you're looking for. And I would personally recommend doing the PNPM part, but you could use Yarn too, right? So just Turbo Repo is more about running all of your commands for all of your other stuff, right? So from the top level, you could do a PNPM build or a Yarn build or whatever, and it'll actually go and turbo build all of the nested projects and everything. So Turbo Repo is more about caching and like the build management and like, you know, orchestrating the commands. Whereas PNPM, Yarn, or NPM are the things actually managing the workspace. So there's just a separation there to be aware of. Turbo Repo, I'm only recommending because they are scaffolding it out in a way that does what you're talking about. It is a tool to make working with monorepos better, but it is not the thing that is managing the monorepo. It is simply orchestrating the commands. Right? Because you still need the thing that's doing your dependency management, right? And installation and all that stuff. That still needs to own like the package linking. So whether you're using npm yarn or pnpm, right? Turbo Repo isn't going to interfere with the package linking part. Turbo Repo is just about orchestrating the commands and caching and making those things faster. So it is a monorepo tool, but it's not like the entire monorepo tool. Yeah, so like if you look, their TS config and their ESLint config are all packages that you would import, which is, you know, useful. But yeah, I would say just try scaffolding out using that, and their boilerplate is at least something to like learn from. Going to eat dinner and spend time with the kids? Yeah, hold on, real quick. What's for dinner? This is a foodie stream in disguise. It really is. I haven't decided what I'm eating for dinner yet. I got plenty of time. I just need to thaw some chicken when I do it. You have to build a dealer locator for a client tonight. Oh, that's a fun project. I like those. Oh, you don't know what's for dinner, so it's a mystery. Sounds fun. But okay. Hey, Coding Butter. Thank you, Coding Butter. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. And yeah, haven't seen you streaming for a while. How you been? What's up, Crispy? How you doing? So hold on. No emit true is not working here. You're working on an Electron TS React Tailwind project. Nice. Configurable, extensible game engine is the goal. Nice. Oh, nice. You're actually gonna hop on stream? Perfect. Hell yeah. You double check that I'm still following you. Yeah, I am. All right. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, enjoy. Yeah, I've done a fair bit of React Native. Aw, coding butter. Thanks for the gifted subs. Yeah, later, man. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for the gifted subs. Who got one? Samuel, Vex, JS GigX, Badahan, and Rice. Hell yeah. I use Yotai. Okay, cool. So that worked. Yeah, so I think this node JSON file goes away. I think this file goes away. I think that file. And let's wait on getting rid of that one. All right, so yeah, now we got this dist folder. We go into dist. Oh, interesting. Mantine provider was not in the tree. Let me get more music going. You used to do some Swift back in the day, have some app ideas. You've been having ideas in your head and was thinking about the best solution. Um, yeah, React Native's fine. Like, do you want to do cross-platform? Because you can't really do that with Swift. And then there was another question. What state management library? Yotai. For side projects, I think it's perfect. For larger like teams, you're probably better off with something with a bit more structure, such as a Redux or a Zustand or whatever. But if you're going to opt for something like Atomic or proxy based, like Signals, then Yotai ends up being good enough anyway, you know? All right, so we see the index.html there. Go into assets here. Oh, God. And yeah, this is like the whole bundle. This is everything bundled in. And yeah, we don't have a Mantine provider in here. Yeah. All right. Oh, there you go, Sneaky. Nice. Thanks for volunteering that. Appreciate you. Oh, Amex did a bunch of like brutal algorithm challenges. Gnarly. Yeah, dude, I'd be so bad at that. I am so bad at that. I mean, you're not really meant to read the whole thing. I was basically just looking to see if Mantine Provider made it in, and it doesn't, which is a problem. So for some reason, our main.tsx didn't get built and recognized. One second, let me just do a thing. Okay, so hold on. email address. Okay, so yeah, Mantine provider here, not getting picked up. It seems like that index file is just our dependencies, which I find interesting because we're still bringing in Mantine and all that. Hmm. Let me just install this into another uh, another folder and just see what we got going on. The template is going to be React-TS. SWC, that's a compiler, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, I think we're good there. Let me just do this in a new folder. Okay, there is no equal sign. And yeah, 1 second. Here is my stack. And yeah, I missed a couple other questions. Okay, so whenever you get a phone call from a recruiter, they say you have 7+ years in mobile experience. That's great. I have an opening for so and so. Your next question to them is literally, if there is leak code challenges, I won't take the interview. I do not study them, and they are not something I work with daily. Now, if the company wants to be fair and give me iOS Android related questions to understand my knowledge of that 7+ years, then great, move me forward. Usually they stop the call after that. Yep. Cool. And yeah, cool. All right. Got like our main ambassador checking out the automation stuff that we're going to be launching for getkraken.dev, which is pretty cool. Right? So let me give you all a little like sneak peek. The automations we're talking about in this case are maybe, and I can't show you at the moment, but you can set up these like triggers, right, or conditions that can be met, and then an action to be taken. And one of those actions may be something as simple as if a CSS file gets modified, add a label to the PR, right? And these are all PR related like automations. You can also have it like tag a specific person based upon the type of file that's getting modified, right? So in previous projects, if someone wanted to modify like the interceptors and stuff, I'm the subject matter expert for our HTTP interceptors on an Angular project. I should probably be tagged as reviewer for that project. Now, granted, it's a small enough team usually where I'm tagged on every PR anyway. But, that's like kind of the ideas. If you're on a big enough team and you don't want to tag everybody as a reviewer, maybe you can have some of that stuff be automated based upon what files are being modified. Things like that. Or maybe the designer gets tagged when you modify a CSS file or something. I don't know. Similar to a code owner's file, but it's more specific to like individual files, And I guess you can probably have a code owner file inside of a specific folder, right? But does the code owner file actually have like a reference to specific files, right? Like a CSS file, rather than just all of the files in a folder. As far as I understood it, code owner was specific to a folder, not a file type. So yeah, let me double check how code owners work. Oh, okay. No. So it is like a code owner's file. Yep. No. So yeah, for that specific case, it would be like a code owner's file. So yeah, maybe the tagging someone thing is code owners file related and different. But keep in mind that code owners, that's also like GitHub specific, right? So instead, I don't know if automations are for other platforms like GitLab or Bitbucket. That would be something to check. I haven't looked at that part, but something to think about. Another option with the automations is maybe you modify a file and like depending on the type of file, maybe a special like comment gets made. Oh, GitLab has it too. It is pretty generic. Okay. So yeah, code owners, maybe not as important, but being able to add a label is still nice, right? So yeah, like maybe tagging the person as reviewer, less important. What is the difference between a reviewer and an assignee for a PR? I'm curious about that part too. Mostly just where it shows up in the UI. Okay. Okay, so no strict definition. Okay. So code owner enforces that review. Okay. Yep. Got it. Yeah, and what's up, Denzel? How you doing? Yeah, so GitKraken's releasing some stuff called automations. Basically, we acquired a company called Codesy. And one of the bigger things that we're like adopting is the like code automations part for now. Right, so yeah, based upon some conditions, like file path starts with app/controllers and ends with controller.rb, you know? I know, very close name. Yep. But then, yeah, like you could have it add, a comment or something, right? So if you modify the publish npm, like sh, did you add a new npm package? If you added a new npm package, you must publish it manually first before this script will work. Like things like that. Maybe space case. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like the idea is just automations. Code C also does like a whole bunch more that we're probably going to be integrating in some way. But automations is the first part. And yeah, I was like, oh God, am I allowed to talk about this? Yeah, it's right here at the top. Okay. I was a little worried at first. Now we're allowed to talk about the acquisition, which is good. There was a time when I couldn't. But yeah. No, it's not a GitHub action. Though you could probably have an action do something like this. But this is not something where you need to modify your actions like workflow or any of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make GitHub Actions do that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm wondering, like, I don't know. I would love to get more feedback about it, especially when I can, like, demo it on stream at some point, which I don't think I can do right now. But you can kind of see, like, the gist of what we're talking about here, right? So you can even, like, add things to a checklist for the PR, right? Like, move all model related logic into the model, move all business logic into /lib, never modify the params hash. Like, I don't know. Like the checklist stuff might be good. All right, create a migration. So if you modify components/icons, that condition seems wrong. Like that, yeah, I don't know. That's maybe not a good one. Reminder, you touched user authorization. If we mess this up, users may not be able to log in. We need to be really careful and be sure to run the appropriate tests every time. Sure, something like that. So basically, you can have a bunch of these conditions set, right? So like, you can have a bunch of conditions per like automation, but you can also have a bunch of automations. So theoretically, for a project, you might allow it to maybe even like tag a QA person. Like, hey, these things were modified. Double check this as part of your playbook or something. That could be useful. Can you share them across different repos? I think so. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I remember going, like, fiddling with the interface and doing like a checklist kind of thing and selecting what repos I wanted the automation to apply to. Let me double check that. Mm, hmm. Okay, so hold on. Let me pass that as some feedback because that's actually a good note. So yeah, I don't know. I still think it's like an interesting idea. Maybe it's not perfect, but I do think it was worth passing that feedback on. Yeah. We do the same thing. Yep. And yeah, hold on. Yeah, what's up, Krasner? Yeah, that's how we do it. You can use a version though. Like I believe you can do like I believe you can do a commit hash instead of a version, but I'm not positive about that. I'd have to double check that part. And Ash. I don't remember what that directly translates to, but it's basically can can use something. I don't know. My Spanish is really fuzzy, but no, I'm not going to say that. Okay, so 1 second. So, in your experience, you think these are very restrictive for technical people and cause more frustration than value for devs? I could see that. I think it depends. Like, it may be restrictive, but also, how much time are you going to want to spend building out a custom GitHub action that leaves a comment on a PR based upon a specific condition, right? Like, how long would it take you to write that versus just building it out in the UI? Right, and I understand that. What I'm trying to really get at is how long does it take you to build that action? Right? Do you have the APIs memorized for adding a comment to a PR? Like, how long would it take you to look that up and make it happen? Maybe with AI it becomes quicker, but that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, maybe we're just not describing the proper use case for this. And I think part of it would be like, yeah, how do we really identify stuff that would make more sense in this than something that would be in action? Yeah, I'm not saying it would replace the actions entirely at all. I'm just saying, like, how much custom scripting do you want to do? And do you actually want to go through like a PR process for that scripting? I don't know. Yeah, so I need to actually like fiddle around with this more. Where you think GitHub Actions become too difficult is connecting other services like Jira, Slack, Asana. Yeah, and I don't think that's something we're necessarily trying to tackle at the moment. So here's some of the conditions, right? So file name, file path, a file added to a specific folder. For the file contents, we can look at what new code or old code has been changed, new or old code, right? So we can identify if a comment is in there, maybe even like containing a to do. So yeah, like would you want to build out an entire GitHub action for detecting a to-do within a PR and then adding a comment that says make sure that this to-do is associated with a Jira ticket or something? Yeah, so I guess there's just a lot of actions that are already there for a lot of this stuff, huh? Yeah. So it detects them. So then, yeah, you end up getting this output, and then you still have to like map over it and then create the comment for it. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. This does still seem like really like overly specific though. Like it still doesn't get you to the point of modifying the PR that the code's associated with. So then how do you do that part? Oh, the action actually gets the PR number? Okay. So then instead of issue number, okay, so issue number can be the pull request. Okay. Yep. Okay. Hmm. Oh, see, I wasn't even aware of the gh.api part. Interesting. Okay. Is there anything you could think of that would be too much effort to do a GitHub action for? Right? Like if it's a PR, what's the easy way of maybe getting like the size of the PR, like the amount of files changed? That's probably not too hard to do, right? Yeah, so maybe this is it, right? Like our messaging needs to be targeting people that aren't necessarily DevOps people. I don't know. Yeah, the target is non-DevOps people, sure. Yeah, one of the examples we saw was like SOC 2, right? So all we're doing is PR focused. Yep, automations are just PR. And I'm getting confirmation of whether they are GitHub only or not. Yeah, let me look at one more thing here. So then automations. Yeah, I don't know. Glad I'm chatting with y'all about this, though. No, and I understand that. I still think there's value to it. Just trying to understand. Yeah, org level actions make sense too. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe it's just all about the time savings, right? Like if it would take you 2 hours to write the script and test it, you could be done with this in 5 minutes. So I don't know, like, right? And that's 2 hours for an expert. What about a non-expert? Oh, and everyone's done for the day, so I'll just have to ask tomorrow. Yeah, 2 hour one-time time savings. Yeah, I look more HD than usual. I don't know. I did reboot, so maybe the frame rate's better. But I guess here's the thing, right? 2 hour savings per task. Yeah, 2 hour time saving wouldn't even register on the radar. I think per task though, right? Like, hmm, right? Like defining code owners and updating that, making that be a PR instead of just something you can update. Like, how much time are you modifying? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, yeah. I would say like thinking about things like adding up. Like, look at it this way: where I've worked, even if I said, "Hey, give me a 2 hour time bucket every 6 months so that we can update the version of Angular," that never gets scheduled, right? Like that type of code change is just not something they'll prioritize. If they're not even willing to do 2 hours to upgrade our version of Angular, are they really going to want to put 2 hours towards some code automation stuff like this? But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Is there any version of this stuff that you think does make sense? When GPT writes it for you? And yeah, this is kind of like a well defined thing that I think a GPT would be good at too. I do think my chat's the wrong audience, but still, Right? That's like saying my chat's the wrong audience for GetKraken Desktop, but we have GetKraken Desktop users in chat right now. Yes, maybe enterprise isn't the target market either. It's hard to find a benefit. Hmm. And I guess here's the big thing, right? Like 2 hours for you as an expert versus, let's say, 4 to 8 for someone who's not. Yeah, I could see agencies being a major use case for this too. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta, like, yeah, maybe 30 minutes. Okay, sure. Right, so yeah, like there's the discovery of what actions are there. Even at 16 hours for an intern, I would say intern is the wrong person, right? Like junior mid level dev who's never done it, right? Over time, an agency would build their own actions repo with most reusable components defined over time. Maybe. I guess here's the main thing, right? Like we would need to make it work with more than just GitHub. And then there's value because you can take it from like project to project regardless of where it's hosted. Yeah, I don't know, Miniscruff, like most agencies don't work like that. They are not that robust. There's a reason why agencies are the easiest first job to get, right? You work with a lot of WordPress devs at an agency. Yeah, I get it. Oh, really, G-Man? Oh, who's that? Was that at like a conference or was that at like Seattle JS or something? And yeah, you don't have to say the name. But yeah, that's super cool. His name is Kim. We met at a conference. We talked about GitKraken. Kim. Trying to put a name with a face now. Do you know which conference it was? Was that at the one in Atlanta? Yeah, Nori's Mini Scruff. Yeah. We got more work to do on Waltr, but you know, this is part of my job, and I need to actually like get working on like a script for content about CodeC. So I got to think about how we write that script. So that's important. Yeah, I don't know. For small biz, amazing product. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's maybe the case. Like, yeah, okay. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna grab another soda, or grab a soda, and we'll pour one of those. And I'm gonna get some chicken thawing, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna get some chicken thawing. All right, so let me use the restroom and grab a soda and thaw some chicken, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Oh, at GitHub Universe. Oh, okay, cool. Saving custom filters. Oh, got it. Okay, makes sense, G-Man. Oh, yeah, dance party. Okay, okay. So, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay. No, it makes sense, Four Wheel. So basically, the target market for something like this is companies without a dedicated DevOps team, right? Or people without DevOps experience. Like small businesses, typically, right? So basically, you're saying like this like automation type stuff is what your job actually was? A little bit. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, this is good feedback, guys. Like, yeah, even though I am seeming a little despondent because of it. Ooh, and hold on. So I have a former coworker who works at this company, and they have a role that they're trying to fill. Do they have a list of openings? Yeah, so software engineering, right? They're looking for people in the Seattle area, I think. Right? Embedded front end and systems engineers. Could be worth checking out. Yeah, they reached out recently to me, and I'm definitely not doing an in-office role. But also, I like where I'm at. I like my pivot to DevRel. So yeah, anyone in the Seattle area, feel free, check it out. Right? So instead of like pesticides and all that BS, they're using lasers for like weeding, which is kind of cool. So yeah, I'll have to get back to them eventually, but yeah. Not the thing right now. But yeah, we really do need to think about a good way to message around this. But okay, so let's continue. And yeah, like honestly, this build stuff that we're doing is kind of important anyway. Let me look at what got scaffolded out for this like temporary Vite project. All right, we see plugins React, we see tsconfig, app, and node. What version of TypeScript got scaffolded in? 5.6.2. Interestingly, that builds fine, even though there's the no emit stuff in the app JSON. Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. Include source. Do we have that in here? We do. Hmm. Yeah, and we see the main.tsx too. And that's all the same as well. So yeah, our Mantine versions are all up to snuff. Okay, so sorry if I've covered it before. You took a sabbatical. That's fine. Any thoughts on Next being bloated, especially in enterprise? You've been looking at RSPack and TanStack instead. Debugging is getting painful with Next. I guess here's the thing. Like, do you need server-side rendering? You do? Okay. And how does RSPack solve that problem at all? I'm curious about that part. I guess you mean RSPack, right? Um, like, what's the part that you're not into, I guess? Like, I understand that debugging is tough, but like, what debugging, I guess. All right, and let me try something else here. Okay. So TurboPack is a 7-minute build, and making a small change reloads everything and can take 2 minutes. rsbuild.dev. Okay, just because it's faster, right? Like, how big is your app? Like, how many routes? Things like that, without, saying too much. Okay, so consumer's insurance application with over 100 routes. Wow. Yes, that's a big application. Um, yeah, I don't know. And what version of Next are you guys on? I guess that's another part. Yeah, Pages or App Router is another thing. You're converting an Angular app to Next 15. Okay. And what's up, Pranav? So Vite and SWC don't do the server-side rendering part, though. So if you do need SSR, like that's not going to help you. And theoretically, Next is already using SWC under the hood. I wasn't aware that TanStack Router even touched that. I thought that was TanStack Start that did the server-side rendering stuff. Yeah, as far as I know, you're talking about TanStack Start, not TanStack Router. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, yeah, I wasn't aware that TanStack Router did SSR at all. Yeah, I don't think it does. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, do you really think TanStack Router would be that much faster? Worried about their community before the acquisition? Yeah, Remix is definitely worth checking out for sure too. I personally dislike how Remix does dashboard style applications. Right? Like the way that like server actions and stuff need to work. Like if you wanted to do something like how Waltr is hold on if I still have it. Right? Like the way that like well yeah, it's crashed right now. But like the individual like buttons here, like deleting one of these events or one of these like items in the list, doing so ends up like your server actions for that get really gross. Like Remix benefits from having basically like one interaction per page or one form per page. Modeling your app on that is kind of gross. So I would actually look at splitting those out. That would probably be your biggest win at that point. I would say try and actually like look at splitting those things up instead. think you'll get a better return on your investment by splitting those things up. Nice coin. Who? What? What coin? But yeah, how you doing, Triz? No, I'm not launching a coin. Yeah, the hellos are huge. What's with the brigading there, Triz? And like, I'm guessing people coming from wherever you're coming from. Oh, really? I'd be curious about that. I'm pressing X to doubt. Triz, do you have a link? Yeah, I don't know. That looks like a really, really sketchy website. Yeah, see, so I don't know if I believe you. Seems like a bunch of trolling. I just think you guys actually have just like a kind of shady community where you're just brigading random streams. 5 minutes ago, huh? Yeah, nah, just sounds shady, like you're trying to get people to hop into some shady website. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I just think y'all are a bunch of trolls. Not sure what your end game is. Yeah. Again, yeah, seems like you're trolling. All right. Looks like we were able to ditch most of them at least. Yeah, I just think it's trolling. Most likely someone from the brigading is the person that created the meme coin. Anyway. But yeah, thank you for the sub there, G Man. Appreciate you. Yeah, exactly. Damn, this album's good though. We haven't heard this one yet. Yeah, it's a troll factory for sure. There you go, Crispy. Nailed it. Oh, and yeah, hold on. We brought down the front end. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out why our production build doesn't link to Mantine properly. All right, so let's multi-factor off this thing. Well, this album's a bit quiet though. Anyone else lurking any other channels? You guys see those trolls spamming other people now? I'm curious about that. A bunch of people came in talking about some meme coin BS. It's going well. We're chilling. And yeah, Samir, I might have missed that. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. And AG Man, thank you for the gifted subs. Who got hit? Who is Wentz and Johnny Wash Wash. Nice. Yeah, appreciate that. And then thank you for the follow, Chris Develop. Wanted to hit that 10 sub goal, right? It's a nice round number, for sure. It is a good soundtrack, at least. Yeah, for sure. And thanks for the follow, Viper. I'm really curious about y'all, though, right? You got some Discord where you just target random streams to pull the meme coin BS in? Maybe, Guy Ross. And what's up, Jax? How you doing over on YouTube? Yeah. I heard that part. What I think is one of you guys that came in here brigading is the person that created it. For what reason, I have no idea. Yeah, to scam people. Yeah, sounds about right. There you go, Crispy. God, this is so strange to me that we get the orphaned table rows. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna figure that one out today. Thank you for the follow, Nomad. Do I find fun in fixing broken things? I find fun in all of it. All right, so let's head to accounts then. We do have the load more on accounts just fine. We go to balances and then here and then look at this accounts list. That doesn't resolve because we haven't done that part yet. Okay, so balance accounts here. We've got this load more button and we're not doing anything with it. Whoops. Oh, and yeah, that would be the reason for that. So instead, what we want to do is this. Hold on there. Aha, so we're calling it accounts right there. Same mistake again. Yep. Ha. Yep. Oh, yeah, yeah. We got to spread it. There we go. There we go. All right, so that's all of them. Sure, it works. Can we sort by balance? We can. How about ID? Oh, that's right. Lexical sorting. Uh, we'll call it good. Can we do Dynamo like case insensitive sort? Hmm. Hmm. There's definitely some way that we could do this that would be better. I think for now, we'll just let it be part of the MVP. That lexical sort instead of proper alphabetical sort. It's just the way it has to work. I think that's all there is to it. Yeah, it's annoying. Okay. And thank you for the follow, Christian. Welcome. All right, so we fixed at least that pagination part. We are getting a duplicate value in here, which I'm less certain about how to fix, right? We get it in there twice. We could dedupe on the client side, and that would solve it. Here's one thing. The showing of that will do greater than or equal to, which means that's also a problem that we have on basically every page. Okay, so we do that part. Balance payments we also do. So that part's actually looking fine. Then yeah, here on the accounts page, we want to do the same fix. Ah, shit. I wanted less than, though. Damn it. All right, so I got to go through and fix those again. All right, cool. So now we can move on to the quota details page. Oh no! All right, so yeah, quota. Let's see. We did that for accounts. Quota accounts has a flaw, and it's going to be on the back end. Let's close some of these other pages we don't need right now. Ah, shit. Okay, so then, yeah, we pop open quota accounts, and then the backend endpoint for that. Right, and let's just double check the error. Does not have the specified index. Ah. Um, think that. But let me look at my indexes. So yeah, amount created at an account ID. So amount is the range key. The rest of that looks okay. Table does not have specified index, account, quota, quota. Yes. And I think, yeah, quota ID is actually what we care about here. Table does not have the specified index account quota. Quota. All right, let's go look at the front end here because I think something's up there. Oh, wait, no, this is going to be... yeah, hold on. We do want that to be account ID. So that goes to account ID. That would be amount we're created at. Now, let's look at the network request. Oh, and we are passing sort key as quota, so that's why that would be broken. And yeah, no, here, that's amount. That'd be the whole reason that was failing. All right, cool. And yeah, we can always like rethink how this value is reported. So yeah, then this part where we're doing that fetch. And then instead of that, shit, hold on. All right, so I just realized I got a bug in a different page, right? Balance. Let's go look at payments first. No, it was in balance accounts. Whoops. Yep, yes, that sorting is fine. We go do that. Yep. We still have a flaw in how we do this part. yeah. Yeah, we need to start deduping that stuff. Let me get another album going. Okay, so interesting that our search is no good. Yeah, we'll have to make the search stuff work. I think that's actually a flaw on like every page. But we're good there. So now let's go back to quotas and let's do usages and adjustments. Oh, and I think those values are off for the sizes there. No, we just got to restyle these buttons. So yeah, those buttons, instead of subtle, they become white. All right, so then, yeah, we go to usages and we basically want to copy and paste what we got there. And yeah, I'm starting to think there is probably some abstraction to be made here. We'll have to think about that abstraction because, yeah, like on the quota adjustments, usages, and accounts pages, and then same thing for balances, and even same thing for just accounts in general, we've got like a page type that ends up being basically the same, but we end up changing at the bare minimum the fields that we want in the table, and the service or API endpoints that we end up hitting. And then, yeah, some of these links are all also going to change. Oh, wrong page. But yeah, I think the way we link to some other parts might change as well. But yeah, I think at this point we just copy and paste it for now. But let me leave a note for myself that we probably want to abstract it. All right, so then quota usages. Our sort column by default is going to be created at. All right, so then we got to go look at the quota service. Okay, and then what is the endpoint? This is just going to be usages. Uh, wait, what? So it's a 404. All right. What is the actual endpoint then? It's usage, not usages. It's a little annoying, but could be worse. It's going well, Array. How about you? All right. So I don't think I actually filled out that back end. Yep, it's empty. All right. So then this is get quota usages. Making some late dinner. Nice. What are you having? Let's go look at the imports. All right, so that back end scaffolds out just fine. Let's refresh. And something goes terribly wrong. So it does not have specified index quota usage created at. So wait, how are we even able to query the balance payments? I think I messed something up with the indexes here. Oh, so balance payment we didn't actually finish. So then if we look at this, we're doing balance transaction. Okay, got it. Okay. What's up, Candace? How you doing? Doing well. Doing well. Yeah, we got a few bugs. We had some interesting trolls in here earlier, which was fun. Real quick, thank you for the follow, Princess. Welcome. What's up, Headless Headhunter? How you doing? And yeah, I don't think I realized you stream. So yeah, awesome. And yeah, you're doing well. Awesome. So you were just doing some chatting. You were doing resume review, job posting, job search tips and tricks. That actually sounds like some decent content. Like, yeah, it sounds cool. Sounds really like useful for people. That's fine. I've been doing this 6.5 years, so it takes a while. Doesn't happen overnight. Yeah, it takes a long time. So hold on. I hate that people got scammed, which is why you do it, so people can get job advice from a recruiter free and not get scammed by bad resumes. So what do you mean by that? Like what people got scammed? And real quick, let me go flip some chicken that I got thawing real quick. It'll just take a minute. A lot of resume writers and career coaches write resumes that look good to candidates but won't get you jobs. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, interesting. What are some of like the worst things that people do? This might be my last soda. It is. This is my last soda. It's kind of a shame. Okay, so biggest mistakes are writing your resume to stand out, beat the ATS rather than write them like a government form, although most of it is situational. Okay. People getting scammed by the job they applied to. That does happen, but yeah, that's maybe trickier to detect and deal with. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, like in other countries, WhatsApp is a lot more like used, but even then, I would say it's shady. But yeah, especially here in the US, someone funneling you over to WhatsApp, like, yeah, that's very much like scammer stuff. Because we typically just don't use WhatsApp here. I know like one person that uses WhatsApp. Like one person. Got it. Oh wait, and people spend money for like resume reviews or resume writers to like make a resume for them? Yikes. Yeah, that sounds terrible. That does sound like a scam. Upwards of 5 hundo. Yikes. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Yeah, that is a scam. And yeah, Colin, how you doing out there? Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, the music is good. I like this album. It's nice and chill. Exactly, Donkey. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, he was scamming the opposite direction. It's a great way of phrasing it. Yeah, right? Like people that are really good at writing resumes, they might be selecting for the wrong skills. Yeah. Yeah. It's very similar to like when they ask you leak code questions in the interview, right? Like you're selecting for people who are just good at leak code rather than people who might be really good at the job. Now, here's the thing, Four Wheel Gator. Who is in whose head this time? Yeah, no worries, Headless. Yep. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for chilling. And yeah, everyone else from the raid, welcome. How y'all doing? Yeah, I don't know there, Four Wheel. I can't either. He's in the beanie. Ooh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, when I was doing a lot of interviewing, I was like the first interview. There's at least a couple people that I like sent through to the next one that I don't know. They were probably not that pumped on making it through. Like it was for a junior role though, right? This person was definitely a qualified junior. And one of the people I worked with, rest in peace, I think was still a bit junior at that time. So they like when they were doing the interview and the second interview, I think they had maybe got a bit competitive about what defines a junior. So of course it became like a knowledge challenge. Well, are they as good as me? Like. And they were a really, really good like junior to mid-level engineer for sure. But like I do think when you're interviewing someone at that level, right, at the same level that you are, there does end up being a bit of like a competition feeling that most humans are just prone to anyway. But yeah, rest in peace. He was a good dude. Yeah, he ended up passing away in his sleep like a couple years ago. He was like killing it on the LinkedIn game. Like he was a massive LinkedIn influencer. Yeah, I think I remember like shouting it out when I found out like a year or two ago. Yeah, and he wasn't old. He was young. He was like early 30s. Yeah, I interview terribly. I'm really bad at interviewing. Hiring me for my computer skills, not my social skills. There you go. There you go. All right, so I think we're good there, right? Quota, usage, created at. It's going to be usage ID, account ID, created at, and amount. Same idea, adjustment ID. Okay. So now we need to go through and double check all of those endpoints. So yeah, here for accounts, that is account balance, but then for payments, this is balance payment ID. Now I need to look at that. Yep, balance payment ID. And then balance transaction. Yep. Then we go down to quotas. We got quota account. Account quota is actually how this one works. We can deal with that in a bit. Then when we get to adjustments, get all is probably empty. No, adjustments get all. No, it is empty. Yep. It's not empty, but it's not accurate. And then here for quota usage, quota usage, yep. All right, so I'll go through and do basically the same thing for quota adjustments. Okay, so the fact that we actually went and redid a bunch of our API stuff means that we need to do pnpmdb reset. Then we do an up. And we bring up the database or the API again. And then here we do pnpm fixtures scaffold. And that'll create 5 accounts. Hold on. Nope, I got a bug. Global secondary index count exceeds the per table limit? What? Oh no. They do 20 by default. And we can just cut a support ticket. And yeah, I definitely don't want to do scans because scans are incredibly slow. Let me do this. Shit. I don't remember if Waltr has its own account or not. shit. And yeah, these passwords are going to be on a different machine. I did definitely set up Waltr on its own account, but password-wise, we're going to have to figure that part out. Oh, I still have the old Mac Mini. Yeah, I wouldn't get rid of that. I just don't have it hooked up in a way that I can, like, grab that easily right now. So we'll deal with it for now. Hmm. Hmm. No, locally we still have the same problem because DynamoDB local is meant to like mimic production. Now, we're definitely not going to be dealing with the database migration. And honestly, like, no, getting them to increase the limit on GSIs is actually not a big deal. We just have to reach out to support. But I don't have any of that stuff set up at the moment. I'm not sure DynamoDB local allows us to override that limit, though. Yeah, and DynamoDB local is a Java application. For a cheap monitor and maybe keyboard and mouse? Are you saying for me? No, I got all that shit. Like, nah, we're good. I got enough keyboards. I definitely have an extra mouse. And I got this monitor over here I could plug into. Yeah, no. I have all that stuff. It's just I don't have it set up right now. I was actually considering turning the old Mac Mini into like a media center PC. Because right now I'm like watching movies and stuff on my like personal laptop that is also ancient. So yeah, as far as command line options though, not ideal. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that is an issue here is that command line wise, this is not ideal. Because I don't see any way of overriding that value, like locally. And I don't think DynamoDB local is even open source. It's a problem with GSIs. Because I believe local secondary indexes are based upon like the partition. Now, granted, I might want to do like local secondary indexes, but I don't know if Architect even supports those. Right? They just have table indexes as a thing. Right? There's a name, there's a projection. Yeah, tables indexes defines global secondary indexes. So Architect doesn't even give us a way of defining local secondary indexes. So yeah, we're not going to be doing that. And GSIs, I think, is the right way to go anyway. It's not a big deal. What we're getting into, though, is if we have 20 of these GSIs, we're paying 25 cents per gigabyte for all of them, right? Which means our baseline per month is then $5, which is not bad, right? Not for the latency we're getting out of it. And real quick, hold on. I missed some follows. So Niall, notorious engineer, Comrade Citadin, and Moe Abdul. Maybe it's just Mo Abdul. Thank you for the follow. You'd be surprised how often I hear I'm the first person to get someone's name right. I'm really proud of that, actually. I'm really proud of that. So hold on. Here's another question. How much would Elastic? How much would the Amazon Elastic pricing be? Not Elastic Beanstalk, Elastic Search. They call it Open Search now, right? Ugh. And yeah, the only way to pay for that. Hold on, there is a serverless version. Per OpenSearch compute unit for indexing and then search and query. One OCU comprises 6 gigabytes of RAM, corresponding vCPU, GP3 storage used to provide fast access, and data transfer to S3. OCUs are billed on an hourly basis on a collection with per second granularity. And I guess here's another thing. We could optimize our indexes. Let me look at that, right? When we look at the commonality between these things, right, we're querying by transaction ID, account ID, created at, amount. Amount and created at those seem kind of easy. Account ID also seems easy. The only thing that would actually be unique for any of these, and actually, hold on, let's fix this. Right? Like we're duplicating just a bunch of this stuff where account ID created at usage amount. I guess here's the thing, created at and this index, right? Like the partition key is actually going to be different. right? For some entities, right? We can look at adjustments and its quaternary key. Accounts, though, is tertiary key. There's definitely something we could do to optimize around the indexes right now, but the real fix is just to be able to create as many as we need. Hmm. So then for accounts, yeah, created at, we could extract out. Yeah, I mean, no matter what we do, it would be a band-aid because we are going to have that much data, right? We are going to have eventually enough keys that it's a problem. So we just got to figure out how to override the limit for Dynamo local. Or we consider abstracting out into OpenSearch. So the storage here would be 2 cents a month per gigabyte. That's already cheaper than the indexes. The amount for indexing and querying, And for all of, yeah, all right, so hold on. Let's think out loud some more. Well, I mean, here's the thing though, four wheel, like we would optimize our cost pretty heavily. Because this is 25 cents per like search hour. How much searching is someone going to do? Because it's not the common pattern. The cost that someone would be incurring would be only when they are using the dashboard, right? None of the OpenSearch stuff would have anything to do with the API that users are going to be consuming from their applications. This is just for our dashboard APIs. Go look at pricing again for Dynamo. Yeah, so then this is per like million read request units. And that's just 12 cents. So I guess here's the big thing, right? If we're looking at OCU per hour, search and query wise, it's per second granularity. All right, seconds per hour is 3,600. So let's just assume like it shouldn't be taking a whole second. So yeah, they're going to bill at the second level, but like for each individual thing, are they going to bill that at a second? And probably not. So let's just ballpark it and say 100 milliseconds for an Elasticsearch search. I think that's even overdoing it. Let's say 50. So that means we get 20 per second times 36 hundo. And actually, like, that's what, 72,000? 720,000, right? 72,000. Okay, yeah. Brain fart. So I'd be able to handle 72,000 requests for 25 cents. Meanwhile, if we look at the Dynamo pricing, we're looking at 12 cents per million, but the index costs us 25 cents automatically. So if users were doing like a get all and having like transaction data in their applications, again, how often would that be fetched? Pretty rare. But at like 1 million, the Elasticsearch becomes way more expensive. So then, yeah, we're looking at that. We're looking at like $3.50 versus what would cost me 37 cents. Right? That's if we get 1 million requests, though. So I think sticking with pure Dynamo is still the value here, especially because we can just get them to increase the indexes. But keeping in mind that this amount would be for the entire table, basically. Whereas instead I'd be paying $5 for indexing everything, plus the 12 cents it would cost me for the 1 million requests. So at 1 million requests, this is cheaper. At 2 million, Dynamo is cheaper. So for bootstrapping, this ends up being way cheaper. And yeah, I haven't factored into account the indexing cost. I'm not sure how much indexing would cost me. So theoretically, the OpenSearch stuff would end up costing me. It'd probably be like a break even, actually, at like a million, like million requests plus the data that we're indexing. And how much data would we be storing at that million? Like to get to a million requests for this search stuff. Right? As we compare 2 cents per gigabyte per month for the storage. What I think the big thing is that none of this is actually worth optimizing at the moment. If we just stick with what we're doing, we're good to go. As long as we can figure out how to increase the local global secondary index amount. The cost of the overhead for introducing another data store. Well, that's kind of what we were just calculating, right? The amount for indexing and then search and query, right? Because this is serverless, we're only paying for the usage. In terms of complexity for the app, we're only doing it for the get all endpoints. So when we factor that in, we're doing it for what, 6 endpoints? That complexity is not a problem. Now it'll go up as we start doing logs and some other things that we want to be able to search. Even then, it's going to be what, maybe 10 endpoints of the close to 80? Yeah, now, so like the overhead is really not bad. And because it follows the same pattern and it's just the get all endpoints, yeah, the complexity is not really a cost concern. There is the time to migrate. And the time to migrate, I think, is higher. Like it's a whole new thing to learn, like all that. I still think at this point, we're better off staying with what we got as long as we can convince, or as long as we can actually like change the global secondary index value. And that part I'm not sure of. Because Dynamo is shipping a jar file and it's not open source as far as I can tell. Right. And jar files are compiled, so there's like not even the source code for it, right? What is PEGJS? Damn it, Peg. Yes, that's a reference to Married with Children. All right, so yeah, here we're doing PNPM dev. We see a watch. We see start, and then, yeah, arc sandbox. And we get the same problem. Because it's an AWS SDK problem. Hmm. Let me get more music going. Hmm. You should definitely get some sleep for sure. You should definitely get some sleep. Hmm. All right, let's go look at our indexes again. Here in accounts, right? Account name, account ID. Account name is really like the main thing we care about. Or not care about, but like the thing that would be unique here. Whereas account ID and created at would be just tertiary key. Account ID and created at. Okay, man. Created at account ID. Balance, right? That's 3. Then this is quaternary. Account ID created at. Amount, so that would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so there's 12. 13, 14. So we would be under the 20 if I refactor a few of these away. So let's just say 14 total versus what we have now, which would be 3, 6, plus 8 is 14 there. We'll ignore business logs for now. 17, 20, 28. So we'd basically cut the amount we have in half if we could share all this. And that also brings our monthly cost down, right? Like we'd end up saving like $3 a month per gigabyte. How hard is what going to be to share it all? What do you mean by that? You mean like the refactor effort to reduce the amount of indexes I use? Mm, sorry, thumbnail was getting way too long. I'd say it'll take us like one stream maybe. And if we're being realistic, maybe two streams. So not that bad. But I'd rather just be productive if we can override some dynamo environment variable or something. But I don't think we can. So extracting the contents of a jar file. Okay, so hold on. Hmm. Oh. I just wish DynamoDB local was open source, and then this would be so much simpler. Then we could like comb the source code now, like no problem. And thank you for the follow, Ian McLeod and Red Ghost. Welcome. Oh, and Samet's just posted their butter chicken that looks fantastic. Yeah, that looks good. All right, I'm gonna have to start getting some butter chicken like mix-ins. Wouldn't mind making my own from scratch too at some point, but not today. Oh God, this is so cursed. So it's DB validation error. Why doesn't Amazon just open source DynamoDB local? Like that part's so weird to me. Yeah, exactly. Touche. Like decompiling a jar file is not that crazy though, right? Yeah, no worries, Four Wheel. Yeah, did you actually find something for modifying the count? I know, right, Sergeant Pepper? I've never done it before. Right? You just saw me try my first time. I mean, feel free to post that way we can look at it together. I'm just curious. Like, what harm would there be? I'm not going to get upset at you. Right? Like, we're already up shit creek. Been burned too many times by Google. Yeah, no, I get it. While you're testing, I can at least, like, start reading about what you're looking at, though. Otherwise, my fix is I'm going to go comment out all these other ARC files, the ones that we don't need right now, right? So yeah, I could just turn this like balance accounts, balance payments, balance transactions. I could turn those files just into fake ARC files. Same with the other like quota ARC files. And then I can just test with what we got. That's a bit of rigmarole, but definitely doable. Yeah, no worries there, Alexander. DynamoDB shell. So wait, what's up, Four Wheel? No go, it's Java only? Nope. Hell no on this song. So wait, what do you mean by that, Four Wheel? Like no go, it's Java only. Could you at least pass me the link that you were looking at, just so I can double check, if that's okay? Totally up to you. Oh, wow. Once created, you cannot delete a local secondary index? So here they're saying use indexes efficiently. Right? Because it's going to increase our storage and I/O costs without improving application performance. Hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah. This is the same page we were on. What's up, Fahim? How you doing? All right, so I am getting hungry. My thought is that number one, I need to ask support at AWS to increase my limit on GSIs, no matter what. For local dev, I can just comment out the GSIs I'm not using. Another option is that, after we get the GSIs increased, we just start using the remote database for our data fetching. Right? We could use the staging database instead. But that, I don't know. Yeah, that seems a little gross. So yeah, no, I think I'm still going to want to do as much testing locally as we can, which will involve just commenting out indexes we're not planning on like testing against at the moment. I think that's our plan. So yeah, I am getting hungry though, and it is 7:30 p.m. I want to make sure I get plenty of sleep tonight because I got Seattle JS tomorrow night, which means tomorrow is also a a work stream day in which I will be on gaming channel doing some co-working stuff while I think about and record some video stuff for work. And then we'll be back on this channel on Thursday. I'll be over on gaming channel in just a little bit. I'm going to do like a pretty lazy meal. It'll just be chicken breast. I'll just eat 2 chicken breasts and some lettuce stuff and take a multivitamin and call that a meal. Who should we go raid, though? Like, who's streaming right now? El Clonk. Hey, let's go raid El Clonk. He's a good dude. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to go say hi to El Clonk. And yeah, they do really good stuff. They're a really good dev. And they got a really cool avatar kind of thing, which is cool. So we're going to go say hi to them. We're going to raid on in and enjoy what they're doing on their stream. I'll be over on my gaming channel later tonight, in 5 to 10 minutes, and I'll be on gaming channel tomorrow before I head out to Seattle JS. I may even try and head out to Seattle JS an hour earlier than I normally would, just so I can go hang out and eat an amazing lobster roll at Bar Harbor. Yeah, I'm going to get the double lobster roll because the last one, while good, wasn't as good as it could have been. So yeah, everyone on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a great day today. I appreciate y'all lurking, chilling while we do our thing. I know, right, Sergeant Pepper? So yeah, YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. I'll see you again.